So, alrighty. Let us begin this. Why is the music so damn loud? Alright, let's do some not ball. It's not ball, it's feet. Oh, I'm so tired. Let me actually just check something real quick. All right. Yeah, Gabriel, how's it going? Okay, so what we were doing... we first wanted to do... I can remember, like, saying something... You know, let me look at the stream VOD. No, how do I go to my channel? No, but I want to go to my previous video. Go to the end. Is this one, right? The one that goes like this. It never actually depends on the movement vector, right? Because whether we're still, let's say these are our feet, and we're like tilted, regardless of whether we're moving, you know, up a hill. Because yeah, when like if we're flat, but we want to move up, I don't know, a step or something, we essentially do two separate things like this, right? But if we're like on a hill, then we start doing these ones, which makes more sense. So maybe the left-right offset is always static. And then obviously, depending on like the cross vector across the slope compared to our forward vector, because our hips are wide.
Yeah.
And you know, as these are the hips, and like, you know, if we're on a 45-degree slope, the offset needs to be like this much. But then as we like turn the character around and the hips, you know, along the slope vector converge to like one point, in order to be 45 degrees, they only have to be like this far.
So true.
And then if they're like this, in order to make the 45-degree slope or whatever, they don't have to move at all. So, and I know how to get the slope vector. It's just the hit normal crossed with the up vector. What's up? The what's up vector. The what's up vector. All right, cool. I think I remember what the heck I was doing. Yeah, he knows what's up. What a lifesaver. I'm basically an AI. But less cringe. Oh god, Capsule. When is the new what update release on the previous version? Optimizations. Yes, but also the new water is more expensive. So it's about the same, you know. Cascaduring today, hell yeah. But in terms of release, I don't know. I'll probably work on it again after I do this little detour into physical feet land. The 5.7 update of the, you know, the current version had some errors that I need to rectify. But I'll do that later. Because at the moment, I just wanna do what I was doing, getting done yesterday. Right, so what were we doing here? We were doing like a bunch of shit. Let me just go to where I was like dicking with this guy. Let's just set that to forward for now. So when today was hard to think of myself. It's winter here in Australia, so it is getting frosty. So, nothing, but this should do something, right? Yeah. And then if I go
Yeah, so the side-to-sidedness is fine. And even if I, like, do this, it should be... Yeah. Yeah, so it's more just... you know, I'm gonna do... Side movement vector XY. Let's do this as the... capsule. Forward vector... When it could be normals for my fluid simulation, not shallow water, can I just follow the Derby up procedural normal? Maybe we need to calculate height as well. What's the... What kind of fluid simulation in it? Is it like a grid, like render target, sort of, fluid sim? In like Niagara Grid? Because, yeah, to do the normals, all you need to do is... ow. Face. Is to just get this cell. And then... So, for this cell... It's grid 2D. Okay, okay. Do you have, like, a height value... on it? I'm guessing it's like a ripple simulation sort of thing. You know, where you do the propagating ripple stuff. Yeah, all you need to do is get the up, the one above it. This is the height. Or, you know, so the pressure value or something like that. And then this one. So 1 minus 2 and then 3. You know what, I shouldn't number them. It should be like X. Should be Y plus Y. No, that's silly. We'll call it Y1 and Y2. And then X. 2, X, 1. So it'd just be the Y1 minus Y2. And then X. 1 minus X2. And then that gives you the, you know, the XY. X comma Y. Like the 2 vector. 2 vector. Which is your normals. So essentially it's just like, if there's a gradient going this way, then, yeah. Basically just the up minus the down and the left minus the right. Num, hello. When is your water time again? Or is that completely done? I have to learn from you. I haven't started again yet since I've been back. I've been doing some funner stuff. But it will be water time. I've like refreshed myself on the water stuff. Yeah. Needs a whole new stage after production, stage right, basically it's everything good tutorials. Yeah, so it'll be like at the very, very end. And you also don't want to like... Yeah. You could even do it when you send it to the render target. Like send the grid values to the render target. But yeah, I just do like a module before it draws to the render target and just do it there. And that should be fine. Yeah, right. So we need to get the static slope forward, back, static slope left, right. We need to do like the how do I... Wait, shouldn't this be taking its forward vector? Oh, yeah, no, it is. No, wait, what the fuck? Desired movement should be... forward vector of the capsule. Event graph. Desired movement vector XY. Character capsule. Get forward vector. Progress strides. Right, that needs to be... that rotation... No, that's for... That's correct. And that's still all good. Yep. And he go up. Cool. Static slope forward back. You ever make something work but then don't know why it actually works? Yes. Or not so much like that it works, but like when there's a bug or like something's going wrong and then it just magically fixes itself and you're like, what did I do? Like what did I do to do that? And it's kind of like, you know? Then yeah, exactly. Yo, Boom, how's it going? Alright, so what we need to do now is take the character's tilt into account. But not just their tilt. Let's call this terrain slope forward back, and then terrain slope right left. Because we need to add some more shit. Like for example, Terrain slop. AI terrain slop? If only. If only, Frederick. What is ACMD? We're doing it. So it's the arc sine in degrees. The inverse sine in degrees. It is my Windows. It's my RuneScape idle notifier. Apologies. But the grind never stops. So this is terrain, slope right, left. So if we wanted, you know, let's do shaky feet again real quick. Current step length, 1. Alright, so we're going to start jiggling. Yeah, he do be jiggling. So we do this. Yep. We do that. Yep. We do, well, if we do back and forth, it's not actually going to look like much. So maybe that's a reason not to do. Maybe I'll go like step length 120, you know. Do big step. So the thing we need to do is I should be able to get I think it's this one. Let me do like a debug arrow. Starting from here. Actually, no, you know what? I'll start it from here. Location, start, normal, multiply by bij number. And then plus the start. Into there, arrow size 5, thickness 4. You can be big blue. We'll shuck you into there. Wait, that's just the normals. What the fuck am I doing? I wanted to get the cross of the right and the normals. So that gives us the forward back slope. So it must be this one, which is our side to side. Yeah, you're right, which is side to side, but then I need the... When we compare the stride vector... Because, like, here's the thing, right? If I put this back up somewhere, whatever. If our hips... Let's say we're walking this direction. We're walking forward. And we do this, and it's like, cool, like, that's correct. We've adjusted the feet, height, whatever. That's based on, like, the distance from pelvis, or the offset from, you know, the center of the pelvis to the joint. But then, if we're on an angle... still going that same direction, then basically it doesn't need to happen, you know? As in, like, we don't need to offset them up and down statically, because we would be... Okay. We need to dot that vector against... I think it's the character up vector. Cross the normal. And this should give us the side... Why the fuck is that not normalized? Sorry, what is this giving us again? Fucking lost. Let's go back. So if we were like this... Right, this gives us across the slope. So it always points... Yeah, it's always level. It's always a level line across the slope. So then we just need to compare the XY of this against the XY. What happens when we're fucking tilted though? If we're tilted. Because then it's like, oh, like the... Hmm. Limiting. So, because like here's the other thing, right? If we're tilted, well, no, because our feet always stick out from our ass. So if I was like this, then I wouldn't want any, you know, change in the leg height. At which point the... Yeah, no, that would be correct. I wonder why the length of the cross of the normal and the up vector isn't normalized, you know? What are the actual values going on here, though? I mean, the Z would always be 0. For a shooter, the capture would have to stay straight, and for another game, the animation would have to follow the tilting, right? Yeah, I mean, it's... Well, not necessarily. For a shooter, you could have a physics shooter, you know? So the length goes to 1 at full tilt. And that would go 1 at full tilt. So, and then... Okay, so it does... It should be able to go to 707, 707. But yeah, but basically what I want to do is the... Go away. Let's just, if we were trying to strafe, right? Let's go get right vector. And this is just gonna... X, Y, Y, you know. We're trying to strafe. And that should always be... No. Why is that not... Is it because... I need to add the yaw of this. Oh, Oh, offset it from that. Or is it just the negative of that? Who knows? Yeah, and I think we need to... Maybe it is just the negative of this guy. Really get the stunning blueprints is nuts to me. It's, I find it so easy to just look at blueprints and see what's going on. Okay, right, it is just the negative of this guy. Cool. Okay, so if we were going sideways, then we've got like this tilt here doing its thing. But like in this case, we'd need an additional offset because, you know, this should be lower down, that should be higher up. And that's because the direction vector what happens if I cross? Where the hell's my slopey shit? Here we go. Yeah, essentially... Let's get move... Well, no, it's the movement vector... There's a dot somewhere, right? There is a dot product. It'll be a dot and then a sign, fucking fucko, whatever. Who knows? But that dot is between... Because, like, as I go forward, like this, right? Nothing needs to change. Like, why does it think it needs to change there? Because that's just its forward vector. Terrain slope forward back. But that's not relative to the movement vector. So do we need to cross the movement vector to do a bunch of this shit, right? Because, yeah, it should be, like, relative to the movement vector. What's the forward, back? What's the left, right? And then we take the movement vector and dot that against the something. Some fucking thing. Who knows? So no dots there. Let's go cross. Movement vector crossed against the normals. What are you giving us? Not print string. I want to fucking debug D's. D's bug. So we've got movement vector is The movement vector is backwards. Am I just dumb? Or like, that's going the right way. Then as I rotate it, it isn't happy. Should be always the thing, but now it's just going that way. It's like, what the fuck? Okay, so do I need to add the... Sorry, subtract the yaw of the character first? Now we're just going backwards again. But it is consistently backwards. In the right direction. So then does this just need to be minus the negative? Or does that just need to be swapped around? It's... I don't fucking know. It's going the right direction. Cool, cool. Strafe. And then... No, it's fucked. Okay. Let's try this minus the yaw. He's going the wrong way. Positive. Okay, he's going the correct way, and then... There we go. Alright, he's strafing in the correct direction. Very cool. So... Now we need to get our slopey stuff. Right, I did plug that in, didn't I? So that's going like forward and shit. And so that is... That's the side-to-side slope vector. Or sorry, the z of that. Because we're moving in that direction. So the side-to-side vector is... Well, yeah, it's saying like, oh, you should be tilted this way relative to the movement. However, because it's in the direction of our hips, we don't have to do any tilt, static tilt at all. Well, actually, no. The static tilt comes from the fucking... From here, anyway. Because it is just static. What would we need the movement direction slope forward back? I guess it'll probably be relevant when we've got 4 legs. So we can just do this and be like new variable movement slope forward back. Sorry, this is right left. It should be left right, if anything. No, I don't know. Whatever. We'll figure it out. And that's in degrees, the slope. And then the last one would be movement vector crossed with the... Ooh, wait, hold on. Movement vector. So we're moving this way, facing that way. And so that is giving us the left-right slope. But how do I get it facing up? I guess we get this. And do something thing. Like this. Is that the wrong way? No, that's going funky direction. Hum. I know it's like cross it with some other crossed vector. You know? What's that giving us? That's just pointing the opposite of the normals-ish. Yep. With some thingo. Well, would it be the cross of the thing with the stuff with the thing, or is it just the... And that one's just whatever. Cool. So wait, if I'm moving this direction... Moving this direction XY. And then I want to know, hey, what's the fucking slope? The forward-back slope. It's like if I... Well, regardless of that... Okay, I could do a dot between... Dot... between the movement vector and the z of the normal. And then you're going to give me some value. Because yeah, now as I'm going this way, it's like, oh yep, -1. And this way it's +1. And then if I tilt it this way at all, it doesn't change. It's just like, how do we want our feet to adjust, you know, based on the movement direction. So if I wanted that in degrees, then I would need to do a thing. Sine D is nuts. So now it's 27, 30, 48, minus blah blah blah. And then if I moved along this way, that should change. If I'm like directly sideways, then it should be 0. Because it's like, yep, we're walking across the slope. That way. This is movement, slope, forward, back. And then I need like the hip. It's not necessarily like the hip, but it's like the pelvis. So I kind of want to make the capsules thinner. Begin play, initialize. Line thickness. Down with the line thickness. Ooh, Why is that? Oh yeah, no, that is adjusting the slope, but the pelvis needs to be offset. Also, I'm like 99% sure there's a more efficient way to do these three. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know much, do I? One thing I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna... I'm just going to... I'm just gonna get the legs out of the way. And just look at the traces. So we're just going to get short legs. We're just going to look at the blue. So that we can actually see if they're like, you know, in theory, touching the ground properly. Just in time, how's it going? Let's just touch and so then if this moves around that way, so yeah, that should just be going straight. Offset feet based on hips and side, well, left, right, slope. Make stride. Cycle. Stick out our bottom vector. Anus vector? And so that's the static terrain slope left, right. But then we've got the movement vector. So that's doing the yaw. But then this one, the pitch, because we rotate, because we want the step length to be the same. This should be the movement forward, back. Doing the pitch. So now we're strafing. And then based on the movement. Yeah. That looks kind of hard to tell, but are they both touching? Yeah. Let me get for each appendage, leg joint for target transform location, debug arrow from there to there. Let's do a little debug sphere of the yellow variety. There. Maybe a bit less fucked. Well, it's a good time when I'm doing ancient, outdated console stuff for the past week. Sad. Consoles are dead. Or not. I don't know. I don't use console. Well, that's not... Oh, that's just... Okay, they're trying to fucking walk the opposite way. Movement left, right. A, C, D. Let me just print this value. I just want to see which way is negative and which way is positive. It's like that's going that way. And that's the... Oh, that's the left-right, sorry. So if I was saying, like, the slope is left, right. Maybe I should rename it left-right, not right-left. I always do left, right, up, down, forward, backward. And then the terrain, right, this one, forward, back. The movement, forward, back. PS4 is 30. That should be forward, back. Yeah, you can see they're trying to go the opposite way. I mean, look, I guess we just say... Well, I mean, look, if I was going down a slope, I would expect it to be negative. So I guess we just turn that on its head here. So now it should be, yeah, actually moving like this, which is correct. Yeah, he looks quite happy. Goes that way, it's fine. If I tilt it this way, let me go that and then this way, then nothing should change whatsoever. But then if I turn the guy around, he should, yep, he going down, keep turning. If I go here, he should be going up the slope, and then here he should just be normal again, but the thing gets angry. Okay, cool. Now, the only thing to figure out is well, okay, there's a bunch of shit to figure out, but essentially we just need to add the fella's offset to his his tilt, which looks like I've already fucking done. When did I do that? Ah, although there's an issue. Okay, one is higher than the other because we're not. See, this gets fucking complicated. And then am I doing the forward back? Well, no, that shouldn't make any difference. Let's just set his desired movement vector to be his forward vector again. I can't see. You know, I'm gonna... Will the final scale little mesh be controlled by a control rig? It'll be a mix of... There will be just regular animations, like keyframed, you know, animations, like this one. And we'll just use, you know, the feet positions to drive this animation, but then we'll do some corrections using control rig. There's going to be an ad in a sec, so LBRB. Hello, I'm back. Home rolled IK. No, this is a fully physical locomotion. So this is like the source truth of the character, instead of just a gliding capsule. We have a bit more fun with it. But I'm currently just trying to just work out adjusting the stride based on values. The slope, essentially. But it also needs to take into account, like... Okay, you know what? I'm gonna... not possess... on... No, what is it? Disable. There we go. You know, if I simulate... Okay, good. No, you fuck. Alright, you know what? Just... is it test player? Camera... delete? I don't want to delete it. Can I, like, disable? How do I kill a component? It's destroy, isn't it? Okay, now we don't get the fucking camera popping up. Oh, I could deactivate it, yeah. I mean, it doesn't matter too much right now. Okay, so this does, yeah, take the movement back and forth. Yeah. Then we need the character. Okay, that does do it. Because you can see the flat bit going flat. And then this way, same thing. Cool, cool. The sideways, I don't think... No, so the sideways... Why does it do the forward back, but not the side? Because that would be saying... It's something to do with in here. You're getting the roll and doing nothing with it. Okay, cool. It also goes into here, but that takes the entire cycle and sticks it out our arse. Because if we weren't doing that, then we would, you know, the feet would kind of be doing this all the time. Which, I mean, could be useful. But I think for the time being, we always want to kind of stick it out our gap. Like, we just want to treat this as one solid unit. We don't want any bending in it right now. Obliterate component node adds Niagara explosion when destroyed. Coming soon in 5.8. That sounds like an Unreal Engine 6 feature. Right, oh no, that's just the yaw. Then we get the yaw of the character and do that into there. What is it, lady cat? Hmm? You gonna go outside again? Hop! Hoppin'! Hello, Vati Vati! Ooh, hello, big girl! Mm-hmm. Come sit. Come sit. You're a very good girl, huh? She's so fat. Can I have a smoocher? So much chunk. Yeah. Oh yeah. Such a fluffy cat. So good. What a nice cat. Do you brush her often? How do you deal with the fur in general? You thought she was dead. Yeah, Lady Cat was under the house, and I kept saying to Amethyst, yeah, Lady Cat's dead. You know. She's gone. But she's back. She came back up through the trapdoor. But no, I don't brush any of the cats. I mean, they are like domestic short hair. So, put your butt away, please. Yeah. I mean, her specifically is quite, like, her fur is quite robust. But yeah, they don't really molt heaps. I think because they're like, you know, kind of indoor outdoor cats. Why does that? Oh, because we. Right, but then that way we don't do it because of the thing with the stuff in the. How can I do the side to side? Because then the more it tilts... Oh, actually no, maybe we can just add the roll... Oh, it has to be the fucking local roll or some shit. Ugh. Let's just raw dog it for a sec, right? Let's just get the roll and add that into here. Tandy. Tanned. Just like me. And then if I tilt the guy, wrong way, dickhead. Slope minus the thing. But yeah, it would have to be like the... Well, I don't know, because we're... Tilt. Oh, no, no, no. It should just work. Hashtag just work. So if I tilt him this way, then he should... I think those are level. Can I just move you up and then to the side? I think they're both fine. Like they're both touching the ground. Yeah, the correct way. But it's the, yeah, it's... We need to get the... fucking thing. The slope forward and back. On, not even the slope forward and back, it's the tilt forward and back in local rotation. So like, what does that even mean? Like, how do I... Well, oh, you know what? I can, Debug looks just like your paint drawing. You know what? That actually is very, very true. I mean, not this one, but the other ones. Like this. This one here. See, if we do this, but then the character tilts this way, then he should be walking along it straight. So like if we're wall running, then yeah. But yeah, so how do I get like the tilt left and right of the character? Like what does it mean to be tilting left and right? Like, I know there's like... I don't fucking know. I'm just gonna do some fucked up shit, like get the up vector. Up vector crossed with up gives us a thing. Crossed with up. And so the Z of, oh, not the Z, the something of that should give us, I don't fucking know, what does that give us? Well, look, that gives us... Press down with normal the surface combined with the desired direction. I don't know. Not necessarily. I just mean like in world space, right? If I tilt this guy 45 degrees, then it's like, okay, he's tilted to the left 45 degrees. But then if I start doing this, or does, no, does that just work? No, what? What does it tell me? What? What the fuck is rotation? Okay, let's just put him, let's just spin around. Random spin. And this is his local pitch. And then local forward, right? But that's not the rotation, the tilt. Oh, is it the tilt? I don't know. What does this mean? What is anything? I don't get any of this shit. So, are you telling me that the... Let's just get capsule rotation. So the pitch... That's the roll. And the roll is some value, and then the pitch. Cool, but then what if he was rotated funny? And then we did pitch forward, pitch backwards. Okay, so no, maybe the rotation is already pitch and rolled it. But then what does that mean? What was I even struggling with again? That does a thing. Cool, but then the forward back. Okay, no, that works. But then... Or, no, do I want to... No, it is just the tilt. You know, let me just change the fucking movement thing. Set your desired movement vector to be just X in world space. Maybe like... Oops, sorry. Maybe it's constantly changing, right? We just rotate it. So we're doing our thing, strafing around in a circle. But then if I tilt this way... Very hard to tell if it, you know. I think that isn't working. So I think I want the characters... Yeah, no, okay. It's the capsule's tilt relative to the movement direction. You know? Because, like, I've got all of this working. Like, moving along a surface. Like, if I put this up so that they're, like, touching. Then they'll always be touching the surface, right? When they come down. Like that. And that's regardless of any kind of random ass shit. And the step length is always the same. But then when I want to add, when the character needs to lean, yeah, it's character rotation relative to movement vector. Is it the fucking movement vector, or is it the... Or is it the... Is it movement vector, or is it the... the facing vector? No, it's relative to... Because, like, if I'm doing this, then the tilt forward back increases. Yeah. So if I'm like, if this is facing forward, that way. Well, okay. When the movement reaches this point, then the tilt forward back should be offset, whatever. But when it's this way, the tilt forward back is nothing. So yeah, so it needs to be relative to the movement direction, movement vector. So desired movement vector cross with the up vector gives us what? Desired movement vector cross with the up vector gives us something that isn't plugged in. Yes, that's what I thought. What does that do for us? Not much. It's never pointing up nor down. So that's just... Oh, but... Wait, hold on. But then if I tilt you, what happens? Aha! When I tilt him, we can take the Z from the cross product and get the angle and that kind of shit. Let's do global. So let's tilt you this way. So that would be saying... So the Z component of this cross product. I mean, look, any time I'm just taking the Z from a cross product, I feel like I can just do it with a dot product instead. You know what I mean? But yeah, at that, it's like saying that it's 45 degrees left-right tilted. So we can break a sin de. A sin de. The desired movement direction be relative to character, rotation in all directions, or rather locked for the yaw. The desired movement direction is the world space direction. So, like, where do they want to move? Sorry, the green one. But that's independent of the rotation of the character. So if we were, like, locked on to something, but we wanted to move this way, then it should handle it. So yeah, it should be... Yeah, this way, I guess. So wait, what was this telling us? If we were 45 degrees tilted-ish, like that, then it's not plugged in, is it? I knew it. It's tilted 45 degrees-ish. As we go this way, then it shouldn't matter. As we go to here, the left-right tilt is... Yeah, well, it should have gone to 40-ish something. And then as we go this way, we want to be looking for the forward-back tilt. So how do we get forward-back tilt from all this shit? Is it the forward vector crossed with the... Because it's got nothing to do with the stuff underneath it. Um, I mean, you know, I can definitely just use a fucking dot product, can't I? For most of this. Because, like, if I'm tilted forward back... Is it the right vector, or the forward vector, or the what the fuck is it? It's something. How would I dot product whether I am leaning forward and backward based on the movement vector? Because here I'm not leaning forward. It's the forward vector dotted with the movement vector. So just dot forward vector of the capsule. And then A sin D's nuts. No, because that... No, you know, I think it does actually have to be a cross product of some shit. So let's just cross with the forward vector. And then break. And then A sin D's nuts. And then we'll also do this into there to debudge. Your debudge. So this is giving us a whatever the fuck that is. I don't think that's it. How do we... Any knowers? Is it the right vector? Yeah. Right vector into the guy, do the thing, and then you something. So that's pointing up. But he's not tilted at all yet. So no, is it? Okay. So when we cross the movement vector with the up vector, we get something. Correct? We get something. Yeah, then we get the tilt. The side-to-side tilt of the character relative to the other thing. Relative to the movement vector. Like, what's the... like, if we're going this way, how much of a barrel roll are we doing? Now I want to know if we're going that way, then how forwardness are we? How much forwardness do there be? I feel like I need to do like a double cross. Like up vector cross thingo gives us this looking thing. You know? So then cross that with the up vector. No, that's just a double... Well... What the fuck does double crossing do? Oh wait, no, don't plug it in there. Just put you into this guy. Okay, so it's 0-ish for now. So then here it's like, okay, yeah, but then as I go here, it should be like, hey, like you really fucked it, you know? But it's not. That should be saying like 90 degrees. Get up vector cross with desired movement vector. Just that. And do the right vector cross with the thing. Then that cross with the product of this one might give us something. Cross of two normalized vectors gives the normal of the plane created by the two vectors. And order matters. Yeah. Yeah. And that's just giving us the... Yeah. So this was our left, right. Which is, yeah, how much left, right are we doing relative to our thingo? So then... cross the two normal vector gives a normal of the plane created by the two vector and order matters. So I want to... Okay, given... I wish they stayed when they paused. Given this guy, and I want to know how tilted I am in world space. So I want to create a plane that is... It's not the forward or the thingo. So if we take, okay, let's take the up vector, this guy. What do you make again? So we cross the up vector with the desired movement vector. Then that's giving us like, if we it's basically giving us like this. If there was a thing pointing up, it's giving us like... if this green line was a plane, then it gives us out this way. So it's essentially like the sideways vector to our thingo. So now we want to know... what the normal... Well, actually, yeah, no, because that does... So we'd want to make a cross out of... No, well, no, hold on. I think we want to make a cross out of... Fuck, what were they again? The movement vector. The raw dog movement vector. Crossed with... this guy. To give us our... Oh, fuck up. Locally vary these nuts. And then the z of that should give us... no, it's already at 90. But if I was tilted this way, then that should go down to 0-ish. If I go back that... well, but no, but now... if I go that way... it's still tilted. I could just do some, like, fucking, you know, movement vector XY, rotation from X. Get the... that should just be spitting out a yaw. And then just, like, combine rotators. Oh, no, sorry. Delta... rotator between this and the capsule's rotation. So this is saying pitch your... so the pitch and the roll are like 0, because he's upright, and then if I tilt this way, the roll goes up, I guess. But no, that's not right. Should it be combined? Actually, what's this even giving us? This, the XY vector. That should just be giving us a yaw. Yeah, the yaw just goes. What about a combine? So if I do that, then that's saying that the pitch is 40 thingo, but then as I move this way, it's the roll, and the pitch goes to 0. And if I go this way, the pitch is... yeah, back up to thingo. The roll decreases. So I think this is what we want. But I think it's the wrong way around. I think we'd want to do that. So that would be... wait, no, fuck you. That's not the roll. So that should be... pitch. No? Okay, no, the order does matter, so... it should definitely be this. Yeah. So that's pitched backwards. But then as our movement starts strafing, then we're rolling. Okay. Let's just take these for now. As our... and that's already in degrees, actually. Oh. So then what was... so that one's not relevant, this one's not relevant. That one can... they can all die. Not actually relevant. Oh, wait, no, that's the location. That's where the thing goes in. Cool, cool. So we've got the movement slope left right, the movement slope forward back. So this is the character relative slope forward back and left right. Not in world space, depending on their facing vector. Then this is the terrain slope. So let's call this static terrain slope, or like facing terrain slope forward back. Facing terrain slope left right. This is then going to be movement. Should it be terrain facing slope? Yeah. Terrain facing slope forward back. And then this is the terrain movement. Then we have the character movement slope forward. Oh, it's not slope. Character movement tilt? Some shit like that. And then the other one. Tilt? So this is the left-right tilt of the character. So at the very start, I tilt them this way, based on their movement. So tilt. Okay, now that's the forward back. Okay, so I'm just dumb as fuck. You go there. You go there. Okay, so now this is the left-right tilt. We tilt this way. It's like, oh, yep, negative 45 degrees. Cool. But then as our movement target goes this way, then we're not tilted left-right at all. We're just tilted forward-back. So then the tilt forward-back is this. Tilt forward-back, forward-back. Forward should be... Would you think forward... Tilting forward is a negative? I guess you are facing downwards. Then why do I do it like this for the terrain one? Well, because I guess it's like the terrain is... I just want to be able to add them together. That's like the terrain is tilted forwards. Back. So I don't know. You know what I mean? Anyway, when we do... Oh, fuck. When we do the guy... Progress strides. Just like out trying to follow the math in my brain. Yeah, it's... yeah. It do be like that. So movement rotation from X. That does the yaw. That adjusts the yaw of the... So this is like... rotate stride trajectories around the middle of feet. Pitch around the middle of feet to maintain step length. But then we want to get the terrain movement slope forward back, plus the character fucking tilt, whatever. What did I call it? Character fucking... Character movement? Character movement tilt forward back. Add that in there, then that goes into there. And then for somewhere, terrain facing, slope left, right. We then want to add the character left. Oh, well, no, terrain facing slope. So terrain's facing slope left, right. We also need the character facing. No, isn't that... I'm so fucking confused. So we've got relative to the movement of the character. What's the forward back? Blah, 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 blah. But then we also just need relative to ourself. Or relative to what? Relative to fucking... Relative to our forward vector. What is the tilt? Forward and back. Left and right. So that's the character facing tilt. Which is just the character's world rotation, right? Yeah. So then stride, fucking progress stride, terrain, slopey, capsule. Yeah. And then you get rotation. And then get the... Bitch, can you, like... Break? There you go, split strike. Get the roll. And then that gets subtracted from... Ah, I've already done that. Yeah, I'm just dumb as fuck. So, you know, I've already done it. Okay, let's see. So yeah, if we do this, character is doing character things. Something isn't... It should be like minus this, or maybe the other way around. something. Who fucking knows? Okay, so if we're on flat ground, we tilt this way. Yep, that's level with the ground. Okay, cool. Still level with the ground. You do be strafing. Still strafing. Oh, not straight. He's going forward back now, but it is still touching the ground. Yes. Yep. Now he's going. Yep. Yep. Cool, cool. And then the back forth. And then we have to account for the fucking slope of the thing. And so now if we're going like this... Well, it's kind of hard to see because of the guide rail. But yeah, so now he's just gonna do his thing. Yeah. And this should... Yeah. Basically, if the slope of the terrain and the character are equal, then it should just be, you know, as though they're both like this. Okay, that's all sorted, I guess. The one other thing that we need to figure out is shortening... Well, okay, so the legs have a maximum length, right? We never want the legs to get longer than... Like, physically, the legs can get longer. Or like, you know, because our legs, instead of having knees, we represent the knees with just a piston that, you know, expands and contracts. So we want to ensure that if we're doing some like fucking crazy slope stuff, that, you know, like the length of the leg never exceeds some amount. We could do it just like based on the movement tilt forward back, because that's the only thing that really well, actually no, technically when we do like let me just make the character, we just jiggle the feet. If we like do this, then yeah, so it kind of goes both ways. Well, this way is determined by the hip length. It's the forward back that's a bit harder to... Well, no, we know how long our steps are, right? This is like 100 length step. We do a little bit of math here. Terrain facing slope left, right. And this gives us the offset of our hips. Oh, sorry. The offset of the height of the feet based on fucking blah, 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 blah. So if we needed to, you know, do this, you know, then he'll go down. And that's just a static value. That never changes. We'd need to figure out a way... Well, I guess we kind of know... we know that... they both get offset by an equal amount. Just based on the slope. Like, one goes up as much as the other goes down. So we could just get the leg length and then do like a kind of like never offset it downwards. Instead of offsetting one down and one up, we offset one up by double the amount. So that the longer one, or the one that should be getting longer, doesn't get longer. So how do we fucking... How does one do? So if those are our feet, and we're doing this, that's dope, but because that is our max leg length. So we'd only want one to get shorter, not for the other to get longer. Which means that we just want to take the Z and then clamp it at... it is positive, so we want to clamp the... Oh, well, no, sorry, it's not. We want to do, I don't know, fucking max 0 and multiply by 2. Well, max 0. Yeah. Otherwise, it's min 0. So that should just, yeah, it should just make one shorter. There we go. Fucking, see, I'm just like a math god. You know what I'm saying? And then, yeah, past a certain point, it's just like, oh, fuck. We're like... Our foot is in our ass. If I do this... if I did this, then... Yeah, dope. Yeah, okay. Oh, whoa, Jesus. We should probably clamp that at a value, like... I don't know, max leg length. Max appendage length. And we should... we should min... Well, we should multiply it by... Let's say like negative 0.8. And then that should be the min. No, fuck off. No, not minus. I want min. Okay. So this bit here ensures that legs don't get longer. The one that gets shorter just gets double short. And this will... Don't let foot in anus. I've done a goof. Should that be maxed? Max 0. No, don't max and what am I doing? What have I done? No. So that should be positive. Positive and maxed? No. Positive and minned. Yeah, that should never get up in the pelvis. I'm just gonna do, let me do a duplicate of this, the PP feet. I'm just gonna duplicate. This is 70 per stride. Flat foot testing. Because I just want to see when that reaches 86. I just want to, like, you know. Just to, like, actually fully test. And this is the back fourth. And then I want to change it. Which is our stride curve. No, it's actually, it's in a data asset. Wow, data asset. Where the fuck is it? Here. PP feet, and we want the flat foot testing. Cool. Okay, so now we get like flat ass. Because usually it wouldn't be flat because our foot tilts as we, you know. But so then we can just be like, hey. Now this should, in theory, be, yeah, as long as I adjust the overall height of this, it should, see, that looks, no, that just looks like, it looks like it's off because it's, Because it's like going back the other way. I mean, it should be dead flat, though. Who knows? In theory, I should be able to... Because, like, for crouching and stuff, right? There is, like, manually crouching. But, well, it's more of, like, a target... Well, no. There's a target height for the character. But then, like, if we're carrying something giga heavy... and it's like putting strain on the leg motors, like the leg pistons, then we need to... do we need to account for that? In the stride? Because no, I guess it should be trying to keep us upright. Well, either way, we'd want to have something that can be like, hey, like we're crouching. You know, so lower the legs up. And I want to set that height based on the anus vector. So what's the distance from the anus to the ground? Or the current distance from anus to ground. And that should... Yeah. So let's go like... Where would that even be? Stride slope? Calculations? I mean, this would all be... Yeah, I don't know. Look at this funny cat. You're just so funny. Activation. Are you activated? Yeah, razzle you up like a razzle dazzler. Oh yeah, look at that jiggle. Jiggle physics. Is that good? You like it? What a funny cat. I'll put her in focus. Have a bit of a cat sesh. There you go. How's that? Stinky. Big yawner. It's so big. I don't like it. You don't want to hold my hands. It broke. One of her eyebrow whiskers broke. Is that annoying you, man? You're funny. She's so good. See your eyes. Very nice. And this one. Your little boogers. And I see your ears. And this one. girl. What a good girl. Look at all this chonk. Why can I do that? No butt. No butt. No, put your butt on. Pairing. You're pairing para. Very good. She chunk. She a chunky monkey. I think it was like there. Is that? Yeah, that's right. What the hell was I doing again? It was terrain movement, slight left, right, terrain facing, slight back. The distance from the anus to floor. The anus to floor vector. Is it? You know, it would be from here to there. Let's do another line trace. Line trace eau de parfum Chanel. That's like one of my favorite Unreal Engine jokes. He's just saying line trace by Chanel. It's just, I don't know, it just gets me every time. Every single time. What do you mean, huh? What? See you, lady cat. Line trace. No. It's just the name of the perfume is Line Trace by Chanel. You know. It could be Sphere Trace, or it could be like, if anything is by Channel, I just say it's by Chanel, because I'm just so funny. All right, let's smack that one open, and we will get the fucking distance from the trace start to the location in Westphase. This 0 is his initial trace start inside. So this should just give us, yeah, location is the hit location from start to location. So this gives us our anus to floor distance. Well, it should be tilted anus to floor. Or like anus vector floor distance. That probably makes more sense, you know. So then when we are doing our Z offsets in our this guy, Z offsets, offset feet based on hips and left right slope, we could just take our anus vector floor distance, max appendage length. So that is 86. So if the distance is 86, then do nothing, right? But then if the distance is 50, then we would want it to be some, I don't know, we do some brute force, we do some brute force. Some Brutus Forces. Maybe it has to be negative, maybe it should be subtracted from the thing, I don't fucking know. Okay, that looks like it's correct. Yo, he long. He's lengthy. And then if I tilt it, then that should be good. We go up. He's, yeah, doing his thing. Kind of going above his own head, but whatever. I feel like something's like slightly off. Like, why are we floating slightly above the ground? That's just perspective making it. I mean, look, the floating's fine. Maybe don't brute force the anus vector? No, it needs to relax. We need to relax the constraint. Okay, see, look, here it's like they're in the ground, but then when I do some tilting, they're no longer in the ground. So something's like very slightly off? Maybe? Question mark? Oh, that ain't touching the ground. What have I fucked up? But yeah, so yeah, basically when we do this, the targets are, yeah, it's shorter. It's with the thing. So this will just make it a bit easier to, you know, make sure that everything's working and twerking. But yeah, I just don't know why. Let's test. Let's make this beige. Beige, Genea Pige. If we do this, yeah, again, it's still. You're not getting buried in the ground like they do here. So I think maybe our math is like the tiniest bit off. Because they should be stroking the ground. Like all the time. They should be in the ground. Like they are here. I wonder if it happens with the forward back. So that will... I mean, that could just be floating point precision on the rotator there. I mean, yeah, that looks better than the tilt of the thing. I think it's something to do with the hips. The hips lie. The hips do be lying. I didn't do that. So we let them both get longer or shorter. No, so that isn't it. So then... Did you just finish undercoating in the back room? Hell yeah. Well done. You're a great painter. You've achieved your dream, you know? When you were younger, when you grew up, you wanted to be a painter. I mean, you went to uni and did, you know, studied painting, right? And now you're doing it full time. Living the dream. Suggestion, you can min-max the forward backward steps on an upward tilted ramp as well, so it does smaller steps moving upward. Yeah, that'll be something that the controller will handle. But yeah, like that's something we can easily do here. So this is like, you know, 50 unit steps. This demonstrates the similarity between the ball-bot and the foot-bot, right? Because like you see this and you're like, oh yeah, like it's pretty much continuous, you know, little rotation, whatever. And then you look at the previous iteration. And you realize, oh yeah, like, maybe the character being a cylinder on a ball wasn't, like, such a crackpot idea. Because, like, I remember when I was theorizing this movement system, I would try and, like, walk and run around, taking the smallest steps possible to kind of emulate the continuous, you know, continuous contact with the floor. And I was just thinking in my head, like, yeah, like basically, like moving is just like being on an omnicycle. And, like, it would have worked. It's not like that. No, this looks great. Like, this is sick. And, I mean, I could still use this for, like, I don't know, little robot creatures or something. Like, little BB-8 robots. Like little BB-8, like, you know, ancient, ancient civilization, generic ancient civilization trope, where it's like, oh yeah, they like fucking built robots and shit in like this medieval world, but like then they all died because they just like died, they just like got wiped out, you know, even though they were like super advanced. They couldn't cure syphilis. There was a syphilis outbreak and they all got syphilized. Ancient, and they call them the ancient civilization. But yeah, doing this would be funny. Like, yeah, just little ball bots with like with like little weapons. So fucking dumb. And like the best way to defeat them. Oh, actually, you know what? It's a cool idea, right? They're like little ball bot robots. Or you could even do, like, little fucking goblin creatures but they like, you know, they're on little balls. They move around on little balls, and so you just have to, like, for the animation, put them above the ball, and then just make their feet go back the opposite way of the ball. But then, yeah, the best way to defeat them is to, or maybe the only way to defeat them is to actually knock them over, to make them actually lose balance. Otherwise, they're, like, undefeatable. Make a multiplayer arena fighter called Balls of Brass when night-themed ball bots juke it. Hell yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, look, this was definitely a big stepping stone to the feat. I mean, this is where I learned, you know, PID and PD controller theory and whatnot. So I'm happy I did it. And I mean, it was a good proof of concept. So I don't think it was wasted time. I mean, it did only take like a week or two to do this one. Oh, I died. I can't get back up. Okay, let's go back to our feet. I would love another coffee, thank you. Right, we make him take big steps. Ayo, we taking big steps in our project. Yeah, so the issue... So we're getting a bit of funk. Well, that's fine, yeah. It's just when we're strafing. Or is it even when we're strafing, or... Okay, that was funky. They should not be. Bing bong, wing bong. Yeah. It's funny. What is it, Lady Cat? What? You don't go outside? Well, you know what? You can't, because you're too fat. No, you're too fat. You're too fat to go outside. No fatties allowed. Hmm. Do you want to play? Do you want to... Yeah. Come on, buddy. What? You just want attention. You just want some attention. Tummy massage. Massage your big fat tummy. Lady Cat's basically a ball bot when you think about it. Where's girl? Where's girl cat? Where's girl cat? Why are you wearing my shirt? Well, why can't you just wear one of your own shirts? Oh, yeah, true. Yeah, no, that's fair, that's fair. Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, where's Girl Cat? Oh, right. Righty. Okay, so if we strafing. We strafing. So what's causing it to, like, not touch the ground? Something is... I mean, that looks... Can I ortho? Bot? No. Right. No. Front. Okay, there we go. No. Fuck you. Fuck. Let me zoom in, you fuck. How do I... Seize... No, okay. Useless. Adjust. Okay, you know what? Fuck orthography. We just want to look straight down the guts of this. So what could be causing this? I love that the legs go like up here. Oh, actually, that's a weird little not bug, but unintended. So we take the step length warp factor, so that if make leg go up less if the step is smaller than the reference. But that isn't clamped, so if the step is larger than the reference, it'll go like up way more. Which I don't mind. It's kind of funny. And that's definitely... Yeah, because it's flat. Yeah. It is flat when this isn't tilted, you know? Let me just go down a tiny bit. Now we're like right in the... So yeah, that like touches the ground. Cool. But then when we tilt, they're no longer touching the ground. And I'm pretty sure it's just with the... Coffee. Is it instant? Hell yeah. On some bickies! Thank you. I'm very lucky, thank you. Ooh. We dip the bicky. Okay, so So everyone's saying physical character movement, now that's an endless rabbit hole? Hell yeah, it is. That's exactly why I'm doing it. Okay, so offset feet based on hips and left-right slope. Something in here is angry. Anus vector floor distance. Appendage pelvis offset. Terrain facing slope left right. Well, actually, no. This is about the side-to-sidedness, right? So this is the actual rotation. Oh, you know what it could be? I think we need to apply this offset pre-bitch. Post your pre-pitch. Okay, I'm gonna call this anus vector. Reminds me of a clip from an Unreal video. Can I post it? Yeah, sure thing. It might be like I'm guessing it's like a physical animation thinger. Because a lot of people ask like, oh, is this like physical animation? Yeah, all good. But physical animation is more like you have a set animation and then you physics the character into that position. Whereas we're kind of doing the opposite. We're doing the physics first. Procedurally. Like basically this isn't just for like the visuals. This determines gameplay. So right, so yeah, that's fucked there. Yeah. Ooh, my fletching level is now 89. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, gamers. Who up cutting magic trees, hybrid veiled totems fletching? Because I definitely am. Fetish bells offset. Surely legs don't get long. Offset feet based on hips and left, right, slope. Yeah, okay, no, so this definitely has to be applied. Well, or does it? Anus vector. Okay, let's just, if we don't do this, right? We just straight up don't do it. No, don't do it. So now... And now it's just... Yeah, that's exactly what we expect. Although I don't know why it's not... Oh, right, we're not taking the... Maybe the anus vector length happens post yaw, but the hip Z offset, hip to slope Z offset, happens pre-yaw. Because yeah, if you look at this one will be higher, and this one will go lower, because reasons. Yeah, because one of these is essentially, if you look at it sideways, or if we just did this, if we tilt the guy sideways, then one of the feet is higher and one of the feet is lower. Yeah. Let me have a gaze.
Okay, so as I said, the drives in the physics joint, they behave a little bit like disappeared. So the mech isn't too happy about falling away.
Okay, I just... It's 1,000 and... We reload. There we go.
Okay, so as I said, the drives in the physics joint, they behave a little bit like muscles or motors. So they essentially match what you'd have in a real creature or robot. So you could say, if we're simulating reality, isn't that going to result in realistic motion? But the problem is that unless we got some really complex system to control them, it's going to be you who has to figure out how to activate and drive these muscles. Somehow you need to act like the brain of the creature, and that's an impossible task. So in reality, you want to give the impression of that. You want to be able to pick and choose exactly how the animation and the simulation work together. Mm-hmm. So I like to think of it more like controlling a puppet, where you get to see the physics you want, without the kind of wobble and the slip and the sliding that you don't. So the fourth building block is a physics control. So we're going to add some of these to the mech and see how they work. So now, during construction,
True. Dan the man. Yeah, so the... Yeah, I mean, we probably will use it. I mean, I do use it for some, like, procedural elements. Although, you know what? I actually, for, like, bigger creatures, I will probably use it for, like... basically just, like, all their animation. Like, I'll have the... You know, the walker, whatever, for their legs, but then I'll actually have their legs following along physically, because obviously we'd want them to be able to kick our characters out of the way and whatnot. And then their attacks, yeah, we'd use physics animation so that their, you know, their limbs, when they hit us, their limbs, like, resist, or the weight of our character resists the creature and whatnot. So yeah, I'll probably use... But, like, for something like a character, right? That's like a medium-sized thing. I feel like if you're walking and, like, your fingers brush against something, we don't necessarily want it to get knocked off a table or to deal damage or something. I don't know. Why not, though? Okay, let's try offset feet based on hips, left, right, slope. Don't let foot in anus. Ensure the legs get longer, one get shorter. So, okay, let's just say we took this guy. and we applied it before the rotation. And before we do that, so we would take this, put you there, you go in there, you go in there. And then we should probably put these back into there. What is it, lady cat? There's a cat at the window. She's so fat. Hmm? What? You could have just jumped from there. Up. Worked. Yo, you're funny. What, do you want to go outside? Or do you want to go to bed? Are you waiting for me to go to bed? Hmm? She's like being super yappy because we've been letting her outside. Well, I've let her outside twice, and both times I've regretted it because she just won't come back inside. So, I don't know. I think I might have to secure the yard a bit more. Are they both the same amount of offset? No, one is still bigger than the other. I don't know, do I just need to do this twice? Like, make it so it's bigger. Actually, that's a good point. What if I just don't stride? No stridations. So that should, well, just put something into there. Just do that. No, where will that need to go? Turn left foot in anus, max appendage length, anus vector floor distance. Rotate stride trajectory. Okay, so as we get longer, yep, does the thing. We go forward and backward. That shouldn't change at all. Yeah, well, yeah, it's still touching the ground. But then as we do this, see, that's where our math gets a bit odd. Why is it that when we tilt in the hip direction, we like lose... Well, they both come off the ground, right? What's causing that? It's not their rotation. And that should also be applying if I rotate the character. Yeah, they come off the ground. And it wouldn't be that. It's definitely not that. Hopefully. Let's just say I do like this. The absolute of that. Like this is just like. If I get that and I add that to the height. Sorry, no, I should. Negative of that. Like this would do an offset. Right, no, it goes to both. So I need to add like, see, that works perfectly, but I don't know why that needs to happen, you know? And then it kind of fucks itself here. All right, let's review the math, right? We're taking the terrain facing slope, right, left. So this is like our, like the slope of our stride. Well, no, actually, it's not the slope of our stride, it's the slope of it's the slope left and right of our facing, of our heading, right, of our yellow. So let's just print that, right? And let's also just get rid of the anus floor distance. So max appendage length is 86, yeah. So yeah, let's just yeet that one as well. will just manually, if we put this up so it's like right there, and then we tilt it, then they start floating off the ground. Well, actually, no. Where's this guy? Let's just copy you and paste you into there. And then move you down. So now he's definitely rotating around the center. So yeah, you can even see that the one on the right even... Oh yeah, no, I mean... Is it this then? Oh, because we never rotate. Yeah, no, they don't get rotated. No, fuck. Simulate. Okay, so that's there. Everything's good. When we do that, they get shorter. Why is this? Let's print the terrain facing slope left, right. Print sting. It's 0. Cool. And then when it is negative 45.53, 25, yeah, okay, cool. That's fine. The tangent stuff. So you would expect at a 45-degree angle that the tangent is 1. Yeah. That's correct. So at 45 degrees, we are... Yeah, at 45 degrees, if we have character sitting like this, and it's 45 degrees. 45 degree slope, if we wanted to tilt around this bit, we wanted it to make a 45-degree angle, we'd get this one up and that one down. That would give us our 45, right? Like if I if I have a line here and then I have a line here, and I go across 1 unit and back 1 unit, and I want to turn it into a 45-degree angle, and 1 unit out, then yeah, no, it should just be go 1 unit up and 1 unit down. And then bam, you're at 45 degrees. Right? Yeah, because it's a right angle triangle. Right angle triangle with 2 sides equal has a 45 degree fucking whatever. So then maybe the... Where the fuck's Unreal done? There it is. And so that's returning fine. Let me get the anus height floor distance. Let's just say it's, yeah, 0. As I rotate it... Ah. No, that's still printing the... No, what is that printing? It's printing the anus vector floor distance. So our anus vector floor distance is changing... But it shouldn't matter, right? Oh, well, yeah, like, it's changing because this... If I set this to have infinitesimally small z, you know, so that it was rotating around, like, a point. And once they've chilled, put you at, like, 0-ish. And then if I do this, that shouldn't change at all. Or very, very minimally. 0.1. Well, yeah, it'll very slightly change, but it shouldn't. It's like within 1 unit, you know. That doesn't actually matter. Compared to like that. So what's causing them to go up? We're getting world location of the leg joint, because it's relative, the transform is relative to the leg joint. So let's not rotate the vector and just raw dog it straight in. Still, it... But, like, the thing is, right, that, like, they go up, but not... Oh, no, you know what it is? Maybe I'm just fucking dumb. Because I'm thinking about... If I do it here, does it happen? No, it still happens. But I'm thinking of it as like, oh, the feet are floating above the ground, but like in reality, the feet will be. Well, no, because that'll be their target. But like, you know, when physics is there, they'll yeet down. But no, I still want to fix it. The problem is that that foot can't get longer. Although no, if I do let it get longer, I'm sure the legs don't get longer. The one that gets shorter just gets double short. Let's not do that for a sec. And also don't let foot in anus. Yeah, okay, that's what it was, because we... So we need to kind of manually account for... Oh, do we though? Because, like, it'll just mean our character gets shorter and... know, ducks down a bit. Because it is just round. So maybe it isn't actually an issue. The only issue is with... Yeah. Well, okay, let's just double check that everything else works. Because, yeah, it is... Okay, it's working as intended because when we tilt, we only lift one leg up. But if we had gravity being applied, if, you know, the floor was lower here, you know what I mean? We'd almost want to, like, the anus vector floor distance. Yeah, I don't know. Romario, how's it going? On the first day, we got upon Steel and Stone that we'll journey into Ashen together. The second day passed, and then a fortnight, then a season. Each time I asked, he spoke of tomorrow. Soon, he said. The candles... Kingdoms rose and fell, the harvest came and went. Still I waited at the crossroads, counting not the years, but the promises. Tomorrow, he said once more. And so the tale continues. You know, I was actually thinking about Ashen, like, a week or two ago. Because I was playing... What was I playing? It was something that reminded me of it, and I was like, oh, I never actually finished Ashen. Like, I never finished the last level. Look. Maybe there's a chance. Maybe there's a chance. It may be a possibility. Did it ever get any DLCs? I'm gonna look. Ashen game. It's on sale right now. 80% off. Pog. Okay, there was a DLC. Nightstorm Isle. So was supposed to get to play anything. I mean, fair. I mean, how long ago did you make me get Deep Rock Galactic? And I still haven't opened it. Or installed it. Look, basically I play 3 games, you know? I play RuneScape. I play RuneScape. I play Unreal Engine. So Unraveled, yeah. Well, Unraveled, I feel like, because that was on the Switch, right? I feel like it was like just chugging. It was hard to kind of enjoy because it was chugging a bit. But I mean, it was cool. It was cool, but like, you know. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Yeah, I'm nearly finished Kingdom Come 2. I've nearly finished it. Well, I think. I think it's like nearing the end. Oh. Well, fuck.
I think it's
Yeah, yeah, yeah. She's such a big chunky. You're on the camera. You're all blurry though. Yeah. I think she just, I don't know, maybe she just wants to go to bed. You know? No, it's like having kids. Look at me.
what?
Oh, yeah, I saw something about Witcher 3. What was it about? Trying to bridge a gap for Witcher 4. Ah, okay. It's kind of smart, I guess, because they've already got all the framework, you know. Do it. God, yeah, maybe I'll start. I wonder if I've still got my save file somewhere. I wouldn't have deleted it. I would have been like, oh, maybe. No, actually, maybe I did bin it. I don't know. Maybe it's Steam clouded, yeah. Pretentrally. If I've even got it on Steam. I do. I don't know. I don't know how to click. I don't know how to click. I'm not a clicker. Okay, let's see. Okay, you do the ding. Okay, now they're touching. Okay, so it was just the weird offset stuff. Okay. Should you eat something? Eat a toast? You could if you want a toast. I mean, I might eat something in a bit. I don't know. I'll probably wrap up soon. Okay, so this is confusing me. If I go forward, right, it's like, oh yeah, cool, 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 cool. But then, okay, so if I go sideways, it's like, yeah, totally, I can do that. That's chill. But then if I go, and if I go forward, it's like, oh yeah, also very chill. But then if I go like a combination of the two, it's like, you know, why is this? Let's take the terrain facing slope left, right. This guy. And the tangent. You know, give it a tangent all up in there. So do this, and it's like, yep, 0.5. You know, we'll go 45 degrees, so it goes to 1. So in theory, if I tilt it this way, yeah, okay, so if I tilt this way, nothing changes. But what does or doesn't change? Well, yeah, and then even in theory, this shouldn't... hold on. So that was the terrain facing slope. Fucking blah, 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 blah. if I get the movement forward back, get character movement tilt forward back. Movement tilt forward back, or the character movement tilt forward? No, that's the character's movement tilt. So that's moving this way. No, fucking wrong, dude. That's the character 45 degrees. 40, blah, 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 blah. Then what's the terrain movement slope forward back? So the slope of the terrain in the movement direction. And that is 40, blah, 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 45. Cool. But then if I tilt it this way... Okay, so that... doesn't make any sense. Because, like, the... Unreal Engine 6 being announced, I still haven't fixed the stuttering frame rate issues in Unreal Engine 5. Yeah, look, it's... It is what it is. I don't know, I feel like if I was like an Unreal person, like, I wouldn't be announcing Unreal Engine 6. And like, let's be real, it's basically just Unreal Engine 5, but with like some multiplayer, you know, plug-in. Right? You know, it's just got like better networking tools. It's like, okay, fuck, we're just gonna call it Unreal Engine 6 because like fucking whatever. Oh, true, and multi-threading, yeah, multi-core stuff. So maybe. I guess it's like when something, you know, goes from like 32 to 64-bit processing or whatever. I don't know. Maybe it's called for. Maybe they should have just been like, it's Unreal Engine 5 V2 or the Unreal Engine 5. I don't know. I guess it just feels wrong because it's like, Unreal Engine 4 had like 28 versions. And then there was like, you know, Nanite and Lumen. And it's like, okay, yeah, it's like big kind of tech shit. But either way, they can call it whatever they want. But yeah, I think they should have addressed like the optics around. Unless this is like supposed to address the optics. It's like, oh yeah, like multi-cores and like we fixed fucking shader compilation stutter or whatever. Maybe that is the idea. Yeah, so why does doing this fuck it up? Wait, what am I even looking at though? Maybe. So if you go back to normal. And then in local, we go, yeah, 45 degrees. Right, so this is where the issue's coming from. It's the way I'm calculating the forward back, blah, 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 blah. Because These are both going along this line, right? Exactly this line. So in theory, if I rotated this plane along this axis, along this point, then that angle shouldn't change at all. But it does. So I'll be right back because I need to pee. But then we'll fix that and then we might wrap up. But yeah, we'll get it fixed. But at least we figured it out. You know, we're deducing. We're deductionating. What is it, Lady Cat? I'm back. I'm back. I am back. Okay, so we're getting this, but then this was doing weird shit. So the problem is... What do you want, Lady Cat? It was the terrain movement slope forward back. And that's where we were using the dot product instead of the cross product Z. Now, why would the dot... I know exactly why the dot would give us that thing. Because that's dotted with the... So it's movement vector normalized against the normals of the thing. So yeah, obviously if we're just going along here, it's like, oh yeah. Like, yeah, if we're like this, right? It's like negative 90 degrees or whatever. But then if we go like this... Oh, sorry, the movement vector's there. Yeah, basically if we rotate in 2 dimensions. So movement vectors... No, movement vector's this way, yeah. So that's like, yeah, negative something something. But then if I start doing this... Yeah, it's against the normals of the thing. You know? And this affects the normals. So how do we get the thing? We basically want to get it the downward slope. Actually, no, I want to start this track again and pump it. No, next one. Yeah. Some fucking final boss music. Alright. Let's get it. Side. Cool. Cross product of 2 normalized vectors always return a normalized vector. No, the cross product of 2 normalized unit vectors not always return a normalized vector. Cool. But I do want to normalize this vector. And then break open the dude. That's the wrong way. Hello, girl. I'm double catted. Double cat. Very nice. Two cats. You're loafing on me. You're loafing, cat. She's licking. All right, we're back. The fuck was it? Right, so I think I've got the thing. Right, so now, yep, they're going directly along it, and then even if I do this, they are directly on it. Oh, hold on. One of them kind of is, one of them clips in. I'm guessing it's because do I do a similar thing with a dot product? Or is it because... No, that doesn't need to be normalized. Let's Brent Strink. We just need to double check if it's the angle. Like if the angle is fucking us, or if it's bad code. So if we say it's 45 degrees, cool, and then no matter how we rotate, it's always 45 degrees, you know? Yeah. Project vector onto Plano might be of use. Project vector onto plane. Project vector. Project the vector onto a plane defined by a normalized vector plane normal. So that would... Project vector onto plane. What does that do? So given like a normal... yeah. I think that probably means it almost like rotates. Oh no, but what's the... Projected forward vector onto the ground. Yeah. Yeah. It could be handy, honestly. Okay, but I think our problem here is now that... So when we go this way, the feet follow along. They follow along perfectly. But then, even if we do this, the angle doesn't change. It's still 30 degrees. But we're left with some... You know, this one's higher than the other one. Now, it's definitely because of our offsets and whatever. But... yeah, I wonder if the same happens with, like, tilting the guy. If I tilt you, then that's totally fine. But if I, like, rotated and then tilted... what if I did this and then red, green, and then red? No, that seems okay. I mean, it's hard to know because there we go. Okay, yeah, the twist. Now they're disappearing under. Like, in theory, this shouldn't have any effect on it, right? Because... well, We're rotating them around the stride around a point. Each one's just completely individual. Color movement, tilt forward, back, we don't care about. Terrain, movement, slope, forward, back, we do care about. And then that one's going over there. Whatever. So... terrain facing, slope, left, right. Forward vector. Could it be that, again, these cross products aren't... Let's see if that does anything, because that might be the issue. I just presumed that crossing two normalized vectors would yeah, that's all it was. Okay. Alright. We normalize the fucking crossy boys. God, that's a lot of shit. Yeah, because like it doesn't really show up when you're doing like the, you know, the exact like, you know, angle that you're kind of working on. It's when you start combining all the different rotations and whatnot that it gets a bit fucked. Okay, so if we do this, they touch the ground. If we do this, they still touch the ground. If we then, I don't know, do this, well, that shouldn't do anything at all. Cool. Let's do it on like a funny angle. Funny little combined angle. And then rotate the man. Actually, I can't tell if that's... We rotate him, then... Yep. And it all works out. If we do him this way... Huh. Okay, hold on. Why is that not? Because we've now tilted our own character lean left, right. Well, no, now the character's lean left, right is affecting... We're just getting them straight from here. So those touch. I go back this way. And then tilt forward, which is... Aha. So it's when we tilt side to side against the other thing. I wonder also if it does it this way and I tilt forward. I think that's fine. Yeah. So it's just when... Oops. What's our condition? It's when the... Well, we're strafing side to side. Strafing side to side on a slope. And then our... No, that's movement forward back. It's the movement... It's movement side to side. Movement side to side on... Is that? Yeah, that's the condition there. So that's... Movement tilt left right on an up and down thinger. I think what's happening here is that we just need to... I got no fucking idea. Well, okay, no, the issue is kind of, it's to do with the angle that the stride is getting rotated. Get rotated, idiot. You know? That's going to be my next stream title. Get rotated. Let's get rotated in here. Let's get rotated in here. You guys remember that song? Let's get rotated. Rotate stride trajectory pitch around the middle of feet to maintain step length. And we rotate around the center of feet, which is just down, and the thing, and the fucking whatever. We do the yaw from here. Is that? No, that would... No, the yaw is just... Take this and whoosh it around. So they go that way instead of that way. That's not real. That's not real. Shorter legs don't get longer, they want to get shorter. Double short. We don't do that for now. That's just this bit. Appendage pelvis offset. That's the... Yeah. Up or down. So it's to do with this. The pitch. So wait, let's just see if I do... Does the same thing happen if our movement vector is forward? So if we're going like... If our hips are here and there, and we're walking, and then we tilt this that way, and it's like, yeah... We'll go 45 degrees. So we tilt it this way. Both legs are, yeah, perfectly adjusted. But then if we tilt forwards, then... Yeah, then the pelvis offset. There shouldn't really be any pelvis. Well, no, there is. So why would we... Why would that... Well, okay, let's try and find what is actually changing when we do that, you know? Did we normalize all our cross vectors? Cross vector normalize, that's just a debug line. And that is correct. Actually, you know, let's... That was the terrain movement. So let's go character movement, tilt forward back. Well, no, that doesn't matter. Let's yeet for a sec. I wonder, can I actually just rotate this to begin with? And that should all... Yeah, okay, I can set him to be tilted backwards, I guess. So he's tilted backwards, and then if I tilt this way, for some reason, the offset is slightly wrong. And then also, if he's tilted backwards and I do it this way... But if he's tilted backwards and I do this way, then it's perfectly fine. Oh, so Elliot, how's it going? Right, let's print here. Print string. Okay, so it is the length. The length. Terrain facing slope left, right. It could be this. No. Well. No. Well. It could be. But that would make sense. Maybe it's... No. Doing the Schubert walk. So what was that issue again? Tilting is perfectly fine, right? Just tilting to the side, but then when we combine that with some forwardness... No, that's all fine. Okay, that's all totally fine. It's when we start adding... It's when we start adding the character's tilt to it. It must be something to do with... using this, just the world rotation of the character. Because, like, I don't know, I have a feeling that roll and pitch kind of get fucky. let me try manually calculating the sort of forward tilt and side tilt relative to the forward vector. Let's get character capsule. Well, that's character movement tilt back forth. If we get forward vector and then forward vector normalize 2D. Because now it's got the 2D components of the Z set to 0. Cool. Character facing tilt forward back. What am I making? I'm doing physical character movement 2.0. So do you remember the ball bot? The ball-based character movement? This guy here. We're doing some doing ball stuff. Now we're doing feet stuff. But as a refresher, it was a self-balancing, fully physical locomotion thing. With no, like, thrusters. Only balance. Only balance and torque. And motors. So that all forces are preserved. You know what I could do? I could drag this a lot. Oh. Can you let me drag you along, please? I'm pulling the big platform. Now I pull the guy off the platform. Ooh. So yeah, basically this, does that just go to the, I don't know, I digged up something with where it grabs from. But yeah, this thing, ball-based movement, however, because physics engine limitations, and like, you know, spheres have a infinitesimal point of contact against like flat planes, so like, you know, it's always sliding, or it's always like jittering, and then also because it's a continuous contact, the stairs just kind of don't. It just doesn't like stairs. We would have had to do some like fuckery for stairs to work. So I figured, you know, we kind of reached a local maxima on that one. But then I can pretty much take the exact same... Oh, look, I'm sliding. Oh god. It's like an ice ramp. It's hard to move on the ice, you know. That's another nice thing, is that like because the animation is just based on the ball's rotation. Like the sliding on the ice actually looks kind of how you, I mean, with less falling over, obviously. But yeah. And then we can jump and like do all that. So essentially I'm just setting up another one. But we use feet instead of, so if I take it out of this little test mode. Let's just give it... I think it was a stride length of, or step length of 50. And then it'll kind of like, you'll kind of get it. And I'll actually move the feet as well. Target, move. And I'll just rotate the kind of... Okay, where the hell? Move appendages to targets. Blah, 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 blah. Put you into there. And the... plug you in. So, yeah, you remember the ball? Well, now, instead of a ball, we have 2 feet. I'm suspending this in the air. But, yeah, we just replace it. You can see, like, these little trajectories. Like, it may as well be the ball. Except it can go up steps, in theory. And it also has, I mean, you can see here, it's like gripping and trying to move itself. So, it should be able to... it will be able to keep balance. And we can also, like, do some, like, you know, torque forces just to, like, perfect it. But I really want to avoid using linear forces. Because that's when you start getting, like... You know... It's like, what's the point? What's the point of even doing it if you're going to use linear forces? Because a lot of games that use physical animation... Or that are, like, physics-based... They always do their movement, where it's just like, here's where you're supposed to be, then let's get a distance from the ground, and let's just, like, force the pelvis with, like, thrusters to be in that spot, and then the feet kind of just hang off the pelvis, and they're kind of, like, controlled like a puppet. They're just moving, you know, they're not actually, the feet aren't generating the force. The pelvis generates the force with, like, thrusters, and the feet kind of just follow along procedurally. So I wanted to kind of flip that on its head, and have actual balancing characters so that, yeah, if we knock it, or if the, you know, if the terrain changes, or, like, you know, does stuff like this, then it can adjust. Or you can knock characters off balance. And, yeah, so... That's the reason for it. Wasn't it 53 if you calculate it, or 52? What's 50? I'm lost. What was 53? Stride length. I think it's 70 by default. But yeah, would you be willing to include seahorses in your game? It's a tough question, you know. I mean, it's something that every developer should ask themselves, you know, are we going to put seahorses in the game? Here's the thing, right? I don't even know if there's going to be horses in the game, you know? So then what's a seahorse if there's no horses? Maybe like the horse equivalent, there'll be like a C something of it that also looks nothing like it. I don't know. Right, I see. I see. Land horses. True. Is it all similar to Rockstar's Euphoria Ragdoll? Sort of. In a way, kind of. I think the way that, like in Grand Theft Auto and stuff, they only ever do the ragdoll effect when a character is drunk. Because I think what they do is... Like, have you ever noticed that the character only ever... If they're in the ragdoll state, they kind of like... They're let's say they start balanced. They start losing balance, and then at some point when they're falling, they just quickly stick one of their legs out, and their legs are kind of like locked like this, you know? So they essentially like tilt, and it's like, fuck, I'm falling in this direction, let's take a leg and put that here to stabilize us. And then, you know, it starts going off to the side, they put another leg out there. So, it's not quite... That's more of like a procedural animation approach. Because, like, doing an active ragdoll is, like, super easy. You just simulate all the things, and then you use, like, torque, like angular motors, to just, you know, get to the required rotation for the animation to work. So when a character falls over, you know, they like curl up into a ball, or they try and put their hands out, you know, if they're falling forwards or something. They're not actually like balancing at that point, and they're not really like when the character's in active ragdoll state, they're not trying to walk, they're trying to just keep balance, but they're not trying to generate movement in a direction. Does that kind of make sense? Whereas this is more concerned with actually like generating movement, like moving us around. So like it is kind of similar in the way that it is like fully physical, but they're trying to achieve different things. Although we don't need to simulate the, you know, we're not actually simulating the character, we're simulating a representation of the character. And then the character will follow along the representation. Legs are actually driving. Yeah, exactly. Not the other way around. It's not the character driving the legs. It's the legs driving the character. Like if I just set this step length to... I'm pretty sure it was 70, the reference step length. Because it's... Well, no, actually it's... You know what? I can just do that. Okay, well, the character's just bumping him. Can you just move? Wait, why has this even got collision? No collision, please. Collision is no collision. Oh, I need to just make it go forwards. But yeah, you can see like we base the no, I think it's 80. I don't fuck. Something. Oh, we're also using the wrong trajectory, but yeah, we'll essentially be using the progress through the stride, as in like the you know, the physics representation one, and we'll basically be scrubbing through, you know, an animation based on that. So we can still do completely like, you know, custom animations or have characters look however they need to look. But yeah. Well, currently, just for testing, this capsule here is just being held in place. It's like being held by the head. Because I'm just currently trying to make sure that it's walking along the ground properly. So that it always knows that, like, where the ground is. But we're currently running into a slight issue when we start combining the character's rotation. Because obviously the character, if the character's like this, like running along a slope, it still needs to be trying to do the run as though it's, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. I forget where I was. Where was I with all this shit? Oops. Yeah, I think it's working pretty well. And like, I think once this is solved, because like with a sphere, when we were doing the ball-bot example, it didn't need to know about this. It just needed to know like, oh, I rotate. Because it always had a point of contact with the ground. So like if it was just like this, then it's just like, yeah, you just need to rotate to move this way. Whereas, like, this has hips and two different legs. Pardon me. So yeah, I'm just not sure why and or what is causing it to do this. Right, slope calculations, blah, 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 blah. We were doing this one, character facing, tilt, left, right, forward, back. So if we went into here, and instead of using this, design, vector, make rotation, add that. No, that's for the yaw. Right, that's for the tilt forward back. That's all fine, but then... Well, no, where was I? Terrain, movement, slope forward back. Character movement, tilt forward back. Let me just set him to be tilted forward 40... Sorry, forward 45 degrees. 45 degrees, okay. And we'll just make this bigger for now. Wait, why? Oh, that way, that's just around the wrong way? Sorry, that's our tilt forward back. It's not the facing tilt forward back. Character movement tilt forward back. Does that... Why was that? I don't think that was the issue, but... No? What the fuck? It's like it's been... Okay, hold on. Just go this guy. Character movement, tilt forward back. What was I putting into the print string again? We were putting in the terrain movement, slope forward back, and the character movement, tilt forward back. That's at 0, and then... Ah, that's odd. Is it just supposed to be like that? No. It's like it's doubling up. Terrain, movement, slope forward back. Let me just print that. Because the terrain slope shouldn't change. Okay, cool. Cool. Okay. So then the character movement tilt forward back is incorrect. Because, like, that's not 45 degrees, right? There. It's like it's being doubled. Character movement tilt forward back. Character movement tilt forward back. What rotation does this give us? Taking the movement vector XY, world rotation of the guy. Maybe that's not the best way to get this shit. I mean, like, it's pretty consistently just double. Well, no, because then it... fuck. How do I rotate? Do I just need to swap them around, or like, what am I... What am I? I want to get the rotation relative to a thing. Need not be normalized. Like, okay, if I just did this, just as a, you know, as a little test. Then, like, that's correct-ish. Like, it's just because it was doubling up for whatever reason. And that's fine. And that's fine. Yep, they are touching the ground. Cool. And then if this is tilted, and it's happy, and then if this goes forward, and they're happy-ish, well, it's very slightly off. No, they're pretty good. Character movement tilt forward back. Yeah, like I just want to get... Well, okay, at the moment it's dicky because it's just like the straight up, you know. It's just the pitch of the character. Because we're moving forwards, you know? So, like, if I just put this into it, you know, yeah, no issues. If I did this, then the feet are good. And then if I go forward... No, then it's still more fucked. What am I missing? Maybe I do need to apply the hip offset before rotating them, you know, like rotating it up that way. But that shouldn't... maybe it does slightly. If I had... Let's say we've got 2 feet. And they're doing a thing. And their strides are going this way. And we're rotating that stride around the, you know, the feet point. It's like, okay, cool. But then if they were on a slant, like this, and then, yeah, so this is our guy. Then we do that. You know, and the one's slightly longer than the other. We'd still... We want to rotate it around this thing. But if we did that... then that would kind of change its position. Like if we wanted to go up the slope, then it would be back further. Which maybe that is what is happening. I don't know. Why don't you use Blueprint Assist to better organize the connection between nodes? I'm in prototype land. Usually I'm a lot neater, but I just let things be super spaghetti when I'm doing the first iteration. It's weird though because the like when it concerns the terrain, like any rotation it can deal with, right? And in theory, all we're doing with the lean of the character, like there's no difference between rotating the character like this versus rotating the terrain like this. Like, it's the exact same outcome. So with that also being said, what's the difference between doing this, you know, up and down, and then rotating the character this way? Why does it clip here? Because in theory... So it's definitely something to do with... Oh, Lady Cat, you nearly fell down, baby. What is it? Being nice? You just want girl cat cuddles. Fatty. Big funny cat. Also, Frosty, how's it going? Yeah, I think my brain's a bit broken. I think I just need to just sit on it. But for brain tomorrow, we just need to figure out why the character tilt is doing something different than the terrain tilt, when it shouldn't really matter which is what. Like, we should be able to just add them together and do the thing. So we're obviously just getting the character tilt along the movement vector incorrectly. Yeah. But I believe, I hashtag believe that we can do it. And then after we've got on all that done, the tilting and the whatever, then we just need to do, well, the feet. We need to make the feet align to the surface. But we also need to... Well, then we can just, like, make it work. Then we can actually start making the character walk around and balance itself. And all that. The only problem... Well, no, I guess I can just make it... There'll need to be, like, some logic about, like, starting... Like, going from being static And also things like if I'm static, but we need to just like rebalance, or also like if we're static but we need to like get to an idle pose, you know, where like the feet are slightly offset or whatever, then we need to have some kind of like foot adjustment, you know, move one and the other and try and maintain some balance. But then once we start moving, what we do is we tilt the feet forward, or like adjust the height of one. I guess adjust this one to be down, which will then push them both up, which will then tilt us forward. And then once we're at a certain tilt, we start putting in the actual, you know, the walking. And then once we're moving, it's a lot easier-ish. But then it's nice because, yeah, as the character tilts, the feet will actually be going to the right places and trying to move along the ground, which is very important. And also it can handle tilts. So if there's like terrain like this, but we just want to move forward, it can like figure that out. And then we also just need to be able to do an additional balance. Because like, obviously all this stuff works if the capsule's upright. But like if the capsule's slightly to the left, or we want to lean to the left, we need to add an offset to the feet so that, you know, this one's slightly higher than this one, and also tilt the feet slightly that way so that, you know, we lose balance in that direction and whatnot. So that'll be another fun little math fucko. But yeah, basically, I just need to figure out why the capsule rotation is not consistent with the terrain rotation stuff. Ite, how's it going with the house? Done. Yes. Pretty much done. We're painting the guest room at the moment. But then once that's done, there's like another room, the sun room, which is like a tiled room that has a giant window to get the afternoon sun. But it's just kind of like, I don't think we're gonna do it up that much. But then it's just down the line, maybe like a year or two. Or I don't know, maybe sooner than that. There's like a bit, it'll be like another whole month or two project. But we'll probably be able to do that while I'm still working and whatnot. Just do it like on weekends or like over like a week. Or like some spread out weeks. Because we need to remove the entire kitchen. Like take all of the counters out. We need to pull up the floor. We need to probably re-level the floor. And we also need to demolish one of the walls. And rebuild the wall. And I mean, the wall's already half demolished, but I've got some cardboard over it. So, like, we're living in a kitchen with a cardboard wall. Partly cardboard wall. But, I mean, I actually barely notice it. I keep forgetting that it's cardboard. It's like one big... It was from, like, a TV cardboard box. So it was big. So it's not like a crinkled kind of patched together cardboard wall. What about the outdoor jacuzzi? We actually found like a spa on like a buy, swap and sell like Facebook page that was free. Maybe it was like $100, but it had some cracks in it. And they were like, yeah, like, it's cracked, I can't be bothered fixing it. I don't know, it was pretty white trash, like, looking jacuzzi thing. But I mean, that's kind of the point, right? So yeah, I don't know, maybe down the line. And then we'll have a big Prismata party. We'll have a hot tub stream. Could do like a hot tub dev stream. That would actually be really funny. Like programming, but in a spa. Anyway, we're going to wrap it up. And we are going to raid somebody. Someone like Boom. Whoa. Whoa. Stream manager. Raid. Cool. Yeah, thanks everyone for hanging out. I hope you all enjoyed the setup process and the kind of trial and error nonsense of the you know, the walking, balancing character stuff. But like once that's done, then we can get onto the fun thing of actually making it like balance and move and jump and do fun stuff. We'll even make it deal with fucking stairs and whatnot. What's up soon with Niagara and Render Target? Hell yeah. We believe in you, Legolas. Next stream, you'll walk. Thanks. Alright, let's raid Boom, and then I'll probably play some video games, and then I'll go to bed. Goodbye. Say goodbye. Say goodbye, Lady Cat. Goodbye. Goodbye.